Alright then, hopefully everything's functioning fine. Mic's okay, audio's okay, and hopefully my fan is not being picked up by the mic here. Yeah, welcome to Soul Reaver 2 of the from the remastered collection. I was hoping to recap both Soul Reaver 1 and 2 before the release of Defiance. Unfortunately, I didn't have time due to work and other things. And I just started Soul Reaver 2, so it's probably going to take me like 2 more days to finish this game. But thankfully, Soul Reaver 2 is much more linear than Soul Reaver 1, and I will not be tempted to go collecting side stuff in this game. So it might be considerably faster. That said, don't worry, I will get the Defiance game for sure. I'm gonna get the deluxe edition because it has the digital comic and the new game, Legacy of Ascendance or something. Legacy of Ascendance, right? Now that's what I think it's called. And anyway, let's... Wait, did I press start? Oh, come on. No, that was not what I intended.
Where am I? Is the usual question.
In your case, what would be more appropriate? I played yesterday for just a smidgen, like you can see, 24 minutes, which is just outside the Seraphan stronghold. So is it me, or is the game a lot darker?
The stronghold, I sensed that in time my journey would return me full circle to this place. Infiltrating the fortress, however, would be no small feat. The balcony that had provided my escape was now well beyond my reach, leaving this massive gateway as the only means of entry. The gates were sealed, but like the time-streaming chamber I had seen earlier, their operation was undoubtedly linked to that odd crystal mounted above the entrance.
And we're just gonna ignore a lot of the enemies here, because you kind of don't need to deal with any of them to proceed. Until at the very end of this segment with the locked gate to the pillars, I believe. And if you're wondering why I'm hopping around like a madman, I think it's because Raziel actually moves slightly faster when you're hopping. And we're here only for the story, and we're only going to deal with enemies that we need to.
To arms!
And of course, you gotta have the most annoying enemies in any game. Dogs around in this game as well. Is it a dog or is it a wolf? I'm not entirely sure. Let's activate the checkpoint. Why do I feel like I have a bunch of enemies on my tail? Oh, right. We have gunners in this game too.
Had nothing in common with the deranged jackals I left behind in Kane's derelict empire. They seem to retain much of their former humanity. In this era, vampires were clearly not the uncontested predators we had been. These creatures were hunted mercilessly and oppressed. And while I still believed that vampirism was a plague and had to be wiped out, there was nothing noble or righteous in this crusade. This was simply ruthless persecution. Taste my blade, vampire!
Take the beast down!
Yeah, I think it's at this point where I sort of have to fight everyone. The dog actually followed me here, which is kind of funny. Because it kind of takes a while to open the door. And you get one of the most celebrated cutscenes in Soul Reaver history.
The pillars of Nosgoth, pristine, whole, and uncorrupted. I had never beheld them in this undefiled state, yet something profound and indelible resonated within me at the sight. And there, waiting at the very heart of the pillars, was the canker that was destined to destroy them.
I know you're there, Raziel.
Mobius led me to you, Cain, though I might have guessed you'd meet me here.
And if Mobius told you I was hidden on the underside of hell, would you throw yourself into oblivion to pursue me? Mobius trawls for the ignorant and unwary, hauling his gasping prey from the streams of their destinies. Stay out of his net, Raziel.
Spare me your elaborate metaphors, Cain. I have pursued you here for one purpose. You will pay for your betrayal, and balance will thus be restored to Nosgoth.
And whose will is satisfied then? The will of Raziel or
Or the will of Mobius.
Mobius?
Would I be better manipulated by you, Cain? Now, turn and face me. The chase is over.
This isn't a chase, Raziel. We are merely passengers on the wheel of destiny, describing a perfect circle to this point. We've been brought here for a reason. I've seen the beginning and the end of our story, however, and the tale is crude and ill-conceived. We must rewrite the ending of it. You and I.
Face me, Cain. Even you shouldn't die a coward's death.
Isn't it customary to grant the condemned a final request?
I recall no such courtesy from you.
Indulge me, Raziel. All I ask is that you listen. This is the sublime moment of our undoing, Raziel. The ineffable fulcrum upon which swings the entirety of our history. This is where all of Nosgoth is betrayed. In this instant, Ariel, the Balance Guardian, is murdered by dark forces bent on overthrowing the Pillars. Her spirit is just now tearing free, lost in the ether, trying to find its way here. You have already seen how she comes to haunt these Pillars.
Bound here by your refusal to die. You are the reason this land becomes diseased. As long as you remain alive, you condemn Nosgoth to an eternity of decay.
Be still, Raziel. See this. As Ariel dies, I am being born to take her place as Balance Guardian. Such is my destiny.
My God.
At the moment of my first cry, Ariel's beloved, the Guardian Nupraptor, finds her corpse. Racked with grief and tormented by suspicions of treachery, Nupraptor plunges into a madness which overflows and infects all of the Guardians who are symbiotically bound, including me. The repercussions of Ariel's assassination were expertly calculated. The entire circle descends into madness, and I am tainted at the moment of my birth, instantly rendered incapable of fulfilling the role destiny has prepared for me.
Shall I show you the same mercy you showed the rest of the circle, then? You blithely murdered them to restore their pillars, yet your hand faltered when it came to the final sacrifice. What makes you exempt, Cain? You're merely the last man standing. Why condemn me for simply carrying out what you hadn't the courage to do yourself?
Let's drop the moral posturing, shall we? We both know there's no altruism in this pursuit. Your reckless indignation led you here. I counted
on it.
There's no shame
in it, yeah.
Revenge
is motivated enough.
At least it's honest. Hate
me,
but do it
honestly. Oh, I love this speech.
30 years hence, I am presented with a dilemma. Let's call it a two-sided coin. If the coin falls one way, I sacrifice myself and thus restore the pillars. But as the last surviving vampire in Nosgoth, this would mean the annihilation of our species. Mobius made sure of that. If the coin lands on the reverse, I refuse the sacrifice and thus doom the pillars to an eternity of collapse. Either way, the game is rigged.
We agree then that the pillars are crucial and must be restored.
Yes, Raziel. And that's why we've come full circle to this place.
So after all this, you make my case for me.
It's for
To
me.
end this stalemate, you
Oh, I
must
love
die
this
so that new
little
guardians
cutscene.
can be born.
I think a lot of Soul Reaver fans love this one.
Them, Raziel.
They belong to us.
To us.
Your arrogance is boundless, Cain.
There's a third option. A monumental secret hidden in your very presence here. But it's a secret you have to discover for yourself. Unearth your destiny, Raziel. It's all laid out for you here.
You said it yourself, Cain.
There are only two sides to your coin.
Apparently,
So,
But suppose
suppose you throw a coin
enough
enough times.
Suppose
Suppose one day
it lands.
it lands on its edge. Yeah, one of the best dialogues in the whole of the Soul Reaver franchise, and maybe even the Legacy of Kain franchise. But I've never played the original Blood Omen, so I would not know. But yeah, it's unfortunate that I was unable to find the time to beat Soul Reaver 2
I
in
didn't
time
know
for
impulse.
in time for Defiance's release, because I was really hoping to jump into Defiance today, and don't worry, I'll be getting the deluxe edition to get that new game as well.
Stayed my hand. Why I had so willingly allowed Cain to escape me when I had pursued him for so long. I had no reason to trust Cain after he had valued me so little, and yet I found myself intrigued by his words. I had been too cruelly used to so gullibly play his pawn, but if this world truly had secrets to divulge, I was determined to expose them.
But yeah, for the most part, I'll probably be just running from one story scene to the other unless the game stops me, and the game does do that quite a bit. You don't really have any incentive to kill the enemies in either of the Soul Reaver games, unless you kind of want health. Otherwise, there's really just no reason to fight them, and even less of a reason to fight them in Soul Reaver 2. Mainly because your Reaver is gonna act up and eat you instead, so kinda no point. Alright, time to go meet the Elder God.
From the moment of my arrival, I had the constant
And our first hint of Warador here.
being watched. Someone, it seemed, was keenly interested in my presence here.
Yeah, I would never have guessed that the crows were sort of a way for somebody to be looking at Raziel, but apparently Raziel can tell. And to be fair, he is a bit of a mystical vampire creature thing.
From the look of it, this door had been sealed for centuries. I began to realize it was no
With claw
mere
and hands of my
coincidence that
own.
I found myself standing here, beneath this winged figure with blue skin and cloven hands so like my own, and bearing this unique key. And so it was with a sense of gravity and trepidation that I unsealed that ancient door and crossed the threshold.
I remember this game making a very odd sound effect for opening the Reaver doors. It's just like people going in the background. Ooh, it always cracks me up, despite the seriousness of it all. It's just weirdly odd that they use it for a sound effect. Thankfully, you kind of didn't hear it there, but we'll have plenty of options to hear that particular sound effect. And as you can see, I am very much just running away from these guys because I want to get to the end of the game, have a bit of a story recap, and get on to Defiance. Which might not make it the most interesting of things to see. Cue Elder God.
As I entered the chamber, I sensed that it had been sealed for hundreds, perhaps thousands of years. And while this room was clearly built when the pillars were erected, I knew that no human hand could have shaped this place, and that perhaps it had never been seen by human eyes. The surrounding murals depicted a winged race, their features so like my own, but beautiful, where mine were grotesque, and angelic, while mine
were demonic.
I tried to decipher these images. A great war, but with combatants.
The
like
game is a
none I had
bit
ever
dark,
seen.
isn't it?
The pillars, raised by this winged race, who thus defeated their adversaries. The winged beings again, writhing in agony, apparently afflicted with the same bloodthirst I had so recently suffered. And throughout the chamber, inscribed everywhere, images of the Reaver. Itself. Was this what Cain had urged me to discover? I wondered.
Lies, Raziel.
My benefactor. Or something along that line. I don't remember this one too well.
Do not be deceived.
Ah, my ancient benefactor. And I dared to hope we had parted ways forever. Silence was refreshing, but it lasted. No doubt
the older PS2 models sort of looks a lot better. A lot more lit up.
Be insolent, Raziel. I am eternally present here and everywhere, now and always. I am the still center of the turning wheel, the hub of this world's destiny.
But perhaps not so omnipotent as you'd have me believe. Your hold on me appears to be tenuous. I no longer seem to need you. Yet I'm guessing you still need me.
This impudence is unworthy of you, Raziel.
Yeah, hey boys, yes.
That you have a task to fulfill here.
Sorry, let me just pause it because I kind of want to listen to the dialogue and all. Yes, Defiance is out today because if you go over to, I'm playing on console. If you go over to the PlayStation Store, you can find that it is out along with Ascendance if you're getting the deluxe edition. I have not bought it yet, but it's definitely on my docket. Yeah, and surprisingly cheap. I was not expecting this price. And if you get the deluxe edition, which I feel like a lot of people are going to be getting, fans of the Legacy of Kain series, you're going to get the digital comic, the Dark Prophecy demo, as well as Legacy of Kain Ascendance. I am recapping through the game just so that I'll have everything fresh in my mind before we begin.
You are indebted to me.
Indebted? You would have
So how are you doing?
For a gift I didn't ask.
I'm assuming you're a Legacy of Kain fan if you're on
forced me to inhabit
this docket.
vile carcass.
I restored you to yourself, Raziel. It was Cain who destroyed you. The very enemy you've just let slip through your grasp. Do not fail me, my servant.
I serve no one. Not you, not Cain, and not your lackey
Mobius.
Mobius is my good servant. I have many.
And if I tell Mobius that he's worshipping a giant squid, do you think his faith will falter?
You have grown willful, Raziel. But beware. To embrace a serpent is to invite poison into your heart. Cain is a sinuous beast. He will seduce and deceive you. You pride yourself on your free will, yet you let that degenerate deter your resolve.
I harbor no illusions about his integrity, nor anyone else's. In fact, I am beset by manipulation on all sides. I merely seek the truth.
These are the fathomless truths, Raziel. The agony of birth and death and rebirth. This is the wheel of fate, the purifying cycle which sustains all life. Vampires are an abomination, a plague which leeches this land of its spiritual strength. They obstruct the flow of life and death. Their souls stagnate in their wretched corpses. But the wheel must turn. Death is inexorable and cannot be denied. Your destiny is irresistible, Raziel. You are my Soul Reaver, the scourge
Oh, I
of the
love Tony J's
vampires,
voice.
reaper of their apostate souls. Remain steadfast, end the vampire's parasitic curse, and restore Nosgoth. Kane's blood belongs on your hands.
Kane indeed deserves to die for condemning me to this repugnant.
Yeah, getting that for sure. Yep, I feel like anyone who's a fan of Legacy of Kain is probably going to get that. And thank you for the follow. I am not much of a entertaining streamer, but hopefully, if you like seeing someone suffer or just die over and over to in games, you're in the right spot.
Form, but if and when I kill him, it will be for me alone to decide.
Kane destroyed you without a flicker of remorse.
I must admit, I don't remember this cutscene being this long.
And after you had served him faithfully for 1,000 years, he discarded you in the abyss on a jealous whim. Remember your rage, Raziel. Let it guide your hand.
Let it guide your hand. Make a quick save over here. Kinda odd that for the remaster they just didn't allow you to save whenever. Unlike in Soul Reaver 1, which was very nice. We'll plonk down. Because all throughout that cutscene, the game is sort of telling you that, hey, this is where you need to go. And I'll be honest, I kind of get lost in this area. Especially when we're traversing it on foot. Nope. Going back up. Nope. A lot are actually waiting for me right here. Oh, right. Okay, this might be easier to deal with if I just get rid of the enemies here. I think they even have projectiles, right? Oh, never mind. Why is it so dark anyway? I remember there being a certain glitch on Soul Reaver 1 which made Dumas area extremely dark, but I don't remember that being the case for Soul Reaver 2. But for some reason, it feels very dark here. It's a lot of traveling here. Am I even going? I feel like this is a dead end. No, wait, you can actually go up here. And the crystals are actually meant to guide you. Follow the glowing stone. Or is it? There we go. Ah, that's unfortunate. Well, I guess I don't know your timings over there. It's like 9 p.m. over here, so... Oh, not yet. The only reason I have not picked up RE9 was because I was waiting for Defiance. I was like, Defiance is gonna come out very soon. I'll play Defiance. I'll play Code Vein 2, which I've already picked up, and then probably move on to Resident Evil 9. Like, between Legacy of Kain and Resident Evil 9, I was more excited for Defiance.
The daylight barely penetrated the dense canopy of this forest. Here I discovered an ancient ruin, unmistakably one of Mobius's time-streaming chambers, but long ago sealed and abandoned to the encroaching swamp. I didn't currently possess the means to break this seal, but I thought in time that I might.
Raziel doing the hint thing in this game a lot. So welcome to the level I think that everyone hates. And yeah, if you are worried about Resident Evil 9 spoilers, don't be. I have not played that game at all. I've seen the trailer, but I have no idea who the characters are or anything, so yeah. I love how Raziel's just instinct is to just kick the door down. And we see our first glimpse of Warador here.
So, my lurking observer was exposed. The creature vanished when he realized he was discovered, but I caught a glimpse of him, and his features were distinctive enough. This was the vampire Vorador, the monstrous assassin depicted in the stronghold. Strange that a creature brazen enough to assault the circle single-handedly would avoid confronting me. Very well. If Vorador would not come to me, I would go to him.
I would go to him.
But first, I needed to find some means of reaching that terrace.
And that sounds like a good plan, to be honest, if you're gonna wait for a sale to get it. And as long as you avoid social media, and if you have a lot of friends who are sharing that content, or if you have friends who generally avoid spoiling things for you. Oh my god, I fell into the swamp. But yeah, the one reason why everyone hates this level, right there. I was kind of surprised, to be honest, that the remaster was pretty cheap, because I was expecting it to be $40, but hey, well, I guess we shouldn't really be complaining. I'd happily pay for the deluxe edition at the price it has in there. And yeah, I have a very weird mentality of I need to save at every point. Although it kind of slows down the game a bit. I swear the game is weirdly darker on my stream, and I don't quite know why. There's a frog in the scene. It's talking about
to be a passage here, leading northward into the mountains. The opening, however, was obstructed and too high for me to reach. Perhaps later I would find the means to bypass these obstacles.
I never realized just how much Raziel actually just points out these little features for people. Just so you know that the player has been informed about it, but when you consider how long it takes to get to that particular point, I feel like a lot of players would actually forget about it. Like, there's a part of my brain that thinks that, hey, wouldn't it have been better if you just let people know this much later? When you're actually in the point to access it. And this ought to be our first meeting with Warador.
My lurking friend was nowhere to be seen, but I found these ruins.
Or is it after we get the Dark Reaver?
I recognized these arcane symbols from the chamber beneath the pillars, and realized that this shrine too was sealed to all but the bearer of the Reaver.
Yeah, it is after we get the Dark Reaver. Because Warador will be like, what are you up to, little soul? Do you even know what you're doing? Or something along those lines. But yeah, and that was that funny sound effect I was talking about earlier. When I was a kid, I almost never used the Reaver because I was very scared that I was gonna die. But now I'm constantly using it. Let's fetch in that soul before someone else eats it. Okay, Dark Reaver Forge. Where do I go from here? Right, we need to get the disc and put it in the central sanctum, I think. But we can't quite access it just yet. You have to climb up here somewhere. Excuse me?
Throughout this ancient shrine, murals depicted the winged race and the apocalyptic war against their mysterious and equally inhuman adversaries. These winged beings, it seemed, were not only the architects of the pillars, but of this enigmatic place as well. And just as in the pillar's chamber, this shrine was adorned throughout with imagery of the Reaver, depicted with the reverence of a
holy icon. The fact that Raziel can glean so much from just these is amazing. If I came across those, I'd be like, what? What are you trying to show me? I kind of want to get rid of the guys who shoot stuff. Otherwise they can get really annoying. Yeah, just have someone in the background going like, "Ee." Oh, it automatically closes. Okay, never mind. Feel like we need to do something here before that. Should be a side path here too. But it's not open yet. It might not be open till I get the disc in here. Interesting. Just gonna shift here to see if anything changes. Not really. I changed slightly because I saw the Spectral Realm symbol on the pedestal. Yeah, we need to find a way to that disc first. Unfortunately, while I remember bits and pieces of the dialogue, especially the more memorable ones, I do not remember the puzzles as much. This is the Dark Reaver fountain. Oh, you respawn. Interesting. I was not aware of that. I wonder, I feel like I was going in the right direction. Is there anything I can do with the spectral room here? No? Well, right now, this... Oh, wait. You don't need the sun disk to open the doors. That's what I was misremembering. We were on the right track. I was like, you need to bring in the sun disk before you can kind of do anything here. That was not the case. Still as dark as ever. There we go. I do believe we're in the right direction now. Funny enough, the original Soul Reaver kind of terrified me as a kid, right? Even now, as an adult, when I go back, there are certain segments in it which just really invokes a sense of dread that I felt when I was younger. Especially rooms like Mikha and Duma. I was terrified of those bosses as a kid, but Soul Reaver 2 never had that effect on me. Like even now, I feel like maybe it's because of the more brighter visuals or whatever. Just doesn't feel as terrifying. And partly it was just the music in Soul Reaver 1. I feel like it hit a lot better, a lot more of the creepy undertones.
Oh!
There's one part to that puzzle, right? The other part is we're making some sort of eclipse here. I think this is the one we're looking at. And then just move the block puzzle. And this ought to lead to the sun disk. The dark shrine is appropriately dark. There's a Reaver symbol there too. Kinda odd. I don't think I ever shot that. And I don't think you gain anything from shooting it. Brazil just wrenches it out of the pedestal. We'll place you here, but then we gotta open up the light from the other side as well, so that it creates an eclipse and grants us the power of darkness. Is there a wandering soul around here that I can just drag out? Guess not. Alright. One of you please step up. One of you, not all three of you. There is a soul here, okay. And that I can get it before one of them hits me. Yeah, that was what I was expecting. If you're wondering why I'm not locking on, I have this weird suspicion that locking on in this game actually makes the combat harder. Like, for some reason, the enemies are a lot more docile when you do not lock on. But once you do, they're a lot more aggressive, so it feels a lot easier to deal with. Is there an enemy here too? I don't think so. All right. Again, as a kid, the Dark Shrine stopped me quite a bit. Because I did not recognize it, the little vents at the top that could be opened by the Reaver. I'm still kind of stumped though, like how do I get over there? Oh right, of course, we gotta use the shadows. Glad my faulty memory is coming in handy. And that gives us a nifty little shadow bridge to cross. They use the same sound effect here too. Can I actually enter that? I can. I meant to enter that. Can move that as well, but what am I looking at here? Well, I guess we'll find out just by moving it. Alright, I remember. You're trying to align the discs on top here to let the light through. Don't really remember the solution to this. Oh, there we go. Never mind. Technologia. Hey Calix, welcome to the stream again. How has your day been? Has Office and this month been treating you? You've caught me in the middle of doing a puzzle for Soul Reaver 2. Which is the entirety of what happens in Soul Reaver 2. It's just puzzle after puzzle and combat after combat. And the Ancients in Soul Reaver 2 had some technology, that's for sure. Yeah, unlike in Soul Reaver 1, Soul Reaver 2 is very linear. It's like one Reaver upgrade after the other, more or less. And we're getting our first Reaver upgrade right here, which is the Dark Reaver. The Sacred Crystal of Life in Future Past? Well, not exactly. If I had to make a guess, right?
As I neared the altar.
Wait. If I had to make a guess, that crystal is sort of converting all the light, all the dark energy that you're creating by making a shadow of an eclipse, gathering in all of it together and focusing it on this forge here so that you can plunge in the Reaver and grant the Reaver the dark ability. That's complete theory on my end, though. Is there any truth to it? I do not know. That's just how it feels.
I suddenly felt the Reaver quickening of its own volition. Just as in William's chapel, the balance of power tangibly shifted. Voracious and willful, the Soul Reaver was now in control, and I, merely its helpless puppet. The Reaver plunged itself into that mysterious altar, and devouring the energy that emanated from within, drained this place of its power. Thus sated, the Reaver released me, and I realized as I recovered control that these ancient shrines were forges, each purpose-built to enhance the Reaver with elemental power.
The amount of things that Raziel gets away with just by being lucky for messing within these shrines is a little too high. Also, let me, yeah, I think I already set the sound and music low because I think when I originally played this, I felt like the audio matching was a bit weird. But even now, the sound effects feel a little loud. Cameraman knowing his angles. To be fair, both Kane and Raziel are also really popular.
Now I understood the purpose of the mysterious basins I had seen throughout my journey. They were elemental fonts, each attuned to a fundamental essence. When I forged the blade, every font in Nosgoth with the same elemental attunement was simultaneously quickened. The Reaver's enhancements were never permanent, but these fonts enabled me to re-imbue the blade by bathing it in the elemental energy distilled therein.
Narrator's voice doesn't really fit his look for me. Maybe I've gotten a little too used to the voice cast doing this.
Concentric circles.
Oh, right, because Raziel kind of looks angry, but I feel like it matches like really well here. Like Michael just knocked it out in the park for this one.
Eclipsing the other. I recognized this symbol from the door sealing that other ancient shrine, the one I had seen in the lake outside the Sarafan stronghold. Perhaps now, armed as I was with the elemental power of darkness, I could return and gain entry.
You know what, the one thing that surprised me was, in the original Soul Reaver, they actually had outtakes for the voiceovers, and the way Michael J speaks, right, it almost gave me the impression that he was very young. So when I saw him as a child, like an elder man doing the voiceover, I was completely surprised. But over time, I've gotten very used to Raziel's voice. Like, I can't imagine anyone else doing the voices for these characters, like Michael Bell for Raziel, Tony J for the Elder God, and Simon Templeman as Kane. Like, if those voices were not there, it would be devastating for a lot of the fan base. Even now, I think a lot of people really celebrated the fact that the new game that's coming out, Legacy of Ascendance, has the original voice actors. It's like having a different person voicing Batman, right? It's just doesn't quite fit right, even if they do a good job at it. And we're gonna meet Wardo here for the very first time. His design was influenced by the cost of adding lip sync technology. With this design? Not really, right? Because I remember this being the case. We're playing through Soul Reaver 2 now, and I will switch back to the original models. It looks a bit chunky, but I felt like they did a really good job of lip syncing back in the day. And even now, I think I still prefer some characters like Mobius having their older PS2 models because it's a lot more expressive. They sort of designed it to make it a little over lip sync, so you get the feeling a bit more, which is a thing that was done back then a lot, just to give that feeling. Even Wardo, I feel like the remastered models actually do a better job, and we're gonna meet him here, and he'll be like, "Do you know what you are? What are you doing?"
You're a ragged excuse for a savior.
Because you can see the PS2 models, and they do a pretty good job for lip syncing.
All good, I hope. I've been watching you since you emerged from that accursed stronghold. Strange that your arrival coincides with the corruption of the Pillars. But I'm wondering, are you the catalyst of these events? Or the answer to them?
I don't know what you mean.
I will speak plainly then. I distrust your origins, stranger. Seeing you crawl from the putrid depths of Mobius's keep makes me question your purpose here. And what should I make of your appearance? Not human, clearly, and more demon than vampire. And the Pillars. It is no mere coincidence that your arrival in that clearing heralded the Pillars' decay.
It's a Martian Manhunter. Well, not a comparison I was expecting, but yeah, I think a lot of the older Legacy of Kain designs were influenced a lot by Nosferatu, because they remind me of that, especially when the vampires sort of evolve over time, right? Vorador is a key character in Blood Omen, basically Kain's story, and he's sort of responsible in a huge way of setting the humans against the vampires a lot, because he goes in and murders some of the Circle of Nine, the upper echelon of the humans at the time. But when Raziel meets him, he's sort of mellowed out, right? He's kind of had enough of all the genociding against the vampires and all the crusading. And he's actually one of the people that Raziel meets who's very upfront about everything. Everyone else is always trying to manipulate him or steer him in one way or the other. But Vorador is actually surprisingly very upfront about what he's thinking and what he wants. And I think even Raziel mentions it in this conversation.
And so I ask you plainly, are you the instrument of the Pillars' destruction or their salvation?
Neither.
Very well. Let us look at the other side of the coin. I have followed your journey and watched as you blithely unlocked secrets that have been sealed and forbidden for thousands of years. The path you have been treading is open to only one being. You don't know what you are, do you?
I have been many things. If you find me ignorant, enlighten.
Enlighten me.
What's the point? This world is beyond redemption. Let the human cattle have it.
I would expect better than meek capitulation from you.
Centuries of persecution have taught me well. 500 years ago, our race was nearly exterminated by the fanatical crusades of the Seraphan. And now the same sick drama unfolds again. In merely a decade, Mobius's cutthroat citizen army has nearly accomplished what the Seraphan could not. Vampires meddling in the affairs of men. Look where it's brought us.
What am I to make of these secrets I've uncovered, then? The depictions of the winged race, the Pillars, and the Reaver.
Fairy tales, boy. The delusions of an ancient culture clinging to hope long after the world had discarded them. Their bloodline trickled away, until only one of the ancients remained, sustained solely by obligation and his unfaltering faith in the old prophecies. But you see, even if you are who you appear to be, it no longer matters. You're simply too
late.
Janos
Odrin,
the Reaver Guardian, the last of the ancients, and my maker, was murdered by the Seraphan nearly 5 centuries ago. He alone would have the answers you seek, but his secrets died with him. I don't know how you've come even this far without his guidance, or without the Reaver, stolen these 500 years ago by the Seraphan. I'm afraid, my friend, that you and all of us
Are simply... Oh wait, I thought he was gonna say simply too late.
I had no less reason to trust Vorador than anyone else I had met. In fact, the ancient vampire was the most forthright being I had encountered thus far. If Janos Audrin was the key to all this, then I would find him, and Mobius's time-streaming device would provide me passage. But first, I had to find a way back into the stronghold, and I suspected I would find the means within the lake's mysterious shrine.
Yeah, we got the Dark Reaver. Our next objective is to get the Light Reaver. Raziel's sort of looking for clues as to what's happening, and Wardo just gave him a big one, which is to find Janos. And now Raziel's like, let's go back in time so that we can talk with Janos, which is a whole plot point in this game. Well, see, the thing is, Wardo actually tried it, and he sort of failed immensely. Or rather, Mobius was able to manipulate both Cain and Wardo's actions enough that it led to the genocide of the entire vampire race. And he's kind of, unlike Cain, was like, I'm going to do this regardless of what happened. Wardo's rather regretful of what happened, so he's pretty much just stolen away and is biding his time until he's eventually killed by Mobius in the future. Which marked the end of the vampire bloodline insofar as this timeline goes, right? Enter the time stream. Yes, that's what we're going to do. But before we do that, we have to get one more upgrade, which I believe is over that way. I think. Yeah, it's over here. Because now, with the Dark Reaver, we have enough power to knock down the entrance to the Shrine of Light. Oh no, that's the wrong one. Actually, I don't know where I should be going here. Oh wait, yes, we have to go back to the Sarafan Keep. All the way back. Because at the very entrance to the Sarafan Keep is the entrance to the Light Shrine. And our Elder God Master isn't too happy that we're doing a little side quest. Correct, they do it, and they do it in a very interesting way, right? It's a bit of a plot point, right? Initially, when you start the game, you can sort of see my health right here with the little spiral on the right side corner. When you start the game, it's full. It's at maximum capacity. You don't retain the spells you got from the original Soul Reaver 1 or the Fire Reaver. Those do not count. But your abilities, such as being able to go through stuff in the spectral realm, climbing, swimming, those are all here. But at some point, a certain event happens that causes Raziel's HP to go back to normal. And each of the Reaver upgrades we get slowly fill it back up. So yes, they do the God of War thing. Though I suppose it's more accurate to actually call it the Soul Reaver thing, or the Metroidvania thing, or whatever thing that you're looking for. I think a lot of people actually hate it when we compare Soul Reaver and Metroidvania, so I will avoid making that comparison too much. But yes, the answer to your question is yes, they do strip his HP, but just not his abilities. Because this is a skill we learned from defeating Zephon, the first brother, and your ability to swim is something you get from Rahab. And your other abilities are also gotten from Doom. The ability you get from Duma is the only one that's not in the game. And I sort of understand why that's not there, because it's a bit of an odd ability where you have to run around an object to turn it around. And it's simply a lot easier to just press a button and turn it, rather than running around circles with it. And as you can see, the Elder God is waiting here. And I'm not entirely sure whether he has dialogue here. When we go up. He does.
Ah, my wayward child returns.
having unearthed more than you'd like, I suspect.
So this is also a bit of a plot point in Soul Reaver 2. In Soul Reaver 1, Raziel is very much motivated by revenge, right? He is comparing it to Sekiro now. The funny part being that this has all been done by Soul Reaver and other games much more quickly, much before those games, right? But yeah, what I was about to say is in Soul Reaver 1, Raziel was very dead set on getting his revenge, which allowed a lot of people to manipulate him into going after Cade and his brothers. In Soul Reaver 2, he's a lot more willing to think about things, right? But he also kind of does it in a very arrogant way, which sort of proves to be his undoing, in a sense. Like, he basically goes up to everyone and says, I know you're trying to control me. And he'll be very sassy about it always. And I remember this scene kind of having a similar sass to it.
What am I to make of these ruins that litter the land, and these images here in this chamber?
Merely the deceits of a failed civilization. You are being misled, Raziel. This ancient race hoped to manipulate the future with these scrawled misdirections. You must tread carefully. There are dark forces at work in this world, bent on subverting your true destiny.
I have no doubt of that.
The question is, am I in presence right now? Like, very sassy, right?
Arrogance will spell your demise, Raziel. Deny my will, and the arc of your destiny will reach a sudden conclusion.
Your threats are unmoving. Even now, I'm beyond your reach.
My reach is longer than you realize. This is a very dangerous game you're playing, Raziel.
By someone from... Well, insofar as we know, the Elder God has existed ever since the Wheel of Time. The Wheel of Fate, not the Wheel of Time. I'm thinking of Robert Jordan now. The Wheel of Fate started spinning in this game, so... yeah. Okay, and now you're gonna basically see me run all the way back to the Seraphan Keep. There's a lot of backtracking in this game. But hopefully I'll be done with Soul Reaver 2 by tomorrow, right? And we can finally move on to the new game that came out today. But yeah, that's one cutscene where Raziel just outright calls out the person that's trying to manipulate him. Because he's like, I get the feeling you're trying to control me as well to get rid of Cain. Although he's not entirely sure why the Elder God of all people is trying to do that. Now that might be the first bit of praise that I've heard for the game. A lot of people do not like it. But if the line is as cold as you say, I'm gonna take your word for it. It probably is. It's probably very well deserved, right? Are you mentioning that because you're reminded of the line from it in the lines in this game? And in case you're wondering why I'm jumping, I swear Raziel moves slightly faster when you're hopping like this as opposed to walking. It was the same in Soul Reaver 1 as well, if I recall correctly. Like, he moves, when you jump, there's almost a weird sort of acceleration that makes him slightly faster. And yeah, you can see that I'm ignoring enemies just like I was in Soul Reaver 1. Because you really don't have any incentive to fight with them. That dog's probably gonna be following me for quite a ways though. Am I going the right way? Oh no, I think I feel like I'm going the wrong way. It's the other way, right? Yeah, that dog's still on my tail. Wait, no, this is the way to the bridge. Okay, I was going the right way.
Here it comes.
Oh yeah, that is true. I have been awake since before the breaking of the first silence. In that time, I've had many names. Yeah, okay, I can see that line hitting very hard.
Get him.
It's doing a little zigzag because those guys actually shoot you. So, give me a second. Somebody just messaged me. It's probably my younger sibling. She's always sending me little weird memes, especially the cat ones. Oh, no, never mind. It was a friend. Oh, also a meme, but still.
There's one.
Right, we'll do a save here. And we'll go after the light shrine. I don't even remember what you do in the light shrine. The dark shrine, I feel like I have a bit more of a recollection. But with the light shrine, I'm not so sure what you're supposed to be doing. And our objective is to go back into the Sarafan Keep and travel back in time with the help of Mobius. Now, in order to do that, we have to get the light ability to shoot that giant pink crystal you saw before. And while you can shoot it with the dark gem, it doesn't really activate, so we're going after the light reaver, which I believe is somewhere around here. That little ledge over there. Raziel, please. Thank you. Leave it to the I am a millennial. I'm not a Gen Z. Oh no, Raziel doesn't need to hold his breath, because he pretty much just got the ability from Rahab, his brother in Soul Reaver 1, who gained that sort of immunity to underwater, so he's pretty much just very strong against... He can stay underwater indefinitely, so you don't need to worry about it at all. Do you guys even die with the claw? You do. I kind of need the HP. There we go. And welcome to the Light Shrine, whose whole purpose is to awaken a statue, now that I recall. How we do that, I don't entirely remember.
These murals left no room for doubt. These winged creatures were indeed the architects of the pillars. And while the images were difficult,
The little head spin there.
the pillars appeared to banish or diminish their enemies somehow.
don't think I can open this with the... Yeah, it's the Sunlight Reaver, the Light Reaver here. So we're gonna go to the Spectral Realm. Oh, they took it before I could get it. It was not a light bridge, that was a dark bridge. We don't have the Light Reaver just yet, so we're actually using the power of darkness. I'm stuck. Ow. Okay. Okay, this can be opened up with our claw. Didn't really need to fight those guys either, now that I think about it. Yeah, you have to awaken the statue to get the Light Reaver. I don't quite know whether I prefer Soul Reaver 1 or Soul Reaver 2. Like, Soul Reaver 1 was definitely the more terrifying one for me, but 2, as a child, when you actually managed to figure out the puzzle, I can't deny that there was a sense of satisfaction to it. When you want to go through the whole thing very quickly, though, not so satisfying. Two doors. Alright, let's go with the left here. Wait, it's rejecting me? It's not... Oh, I have the normal Reaver. I need to find a dark font somewhere. There should be a font here, I believe. Oh wait, maybe I just have to go through here first, just to get the font. Would you say it's more focused? Because I would say with SR1 there was a lot of gaps where you're just traveling the world and then just getting to the boss before doing a lot of puzzles, right? After doing a lot of puzzles. So there were what I felt like a lot of empty space in between, and I think a lot of the developers realized that, hey, our players kind of like the story side of things, which is why we get a lot more storytelling or dialogue in these games, or at least it feels that way, because Raziel will be commenting on just about everything you find in the game, including hinting as to where you should be going. He's very vocal about everything, that's for sure. Still have the normal Reaver here, which is not what we need. We need the Dark Reaver to blind this. Or can I just blind you with the normal Reaver? I don't think so. Yeah, that did nothing. I mean, the big hit is on the floor. This is the dark symbol. I mean, I can kind of tone down the sound effects even more. Like, let's turn it down to 3. Like I said before, I sort of realized that the audio was a bit off, so I had toned down these and just jumped up. Misty Staryu in the Chamber of Light. Well, that's less a Staryu and more like a star we'll be carrying around. You'll have to forgive me if I don't quite understand the Pokemon reference. Would you believe if I said that I have never played a Pokemon game? I've seen other people play it, especially people on the MN team, but I have never personally played a Pokemon game, so... Or watch the Pokemon anime for that matter. Yeah, I need to find a Dark Reaver somewhere. We're not gonna make any progress till we get it. Now, when it came to Nintendo, right? I think I always went more for Zelda as opposed to Pokemon. Excuse me. Ow. Where did you disappear to? I know you're here. There you are. Interesting change in soundtrack. They're kind of doing the ghoul thing of going under the ground, which is a bit more annoying. Yeah. Yeah, one of the earliest Nintendo games I played was the original Zelda on Game Boy. There was Pokemon on that Game Boy too, but for some reason I just never quite got into it, and I think it partly might be because I was already playing like Final Fantasy VIII on the PS1 back then. So coming from that to this, oh, we need the Dark Reaver here as well. Yeah, even I had a Sega system and not a Nintendo one. Well, to be honest, I kind of got lucky because it was my uncle who had the Sega system. I think he had a Sega Saturn at the time. So one of the few games that I played very early on, right? One of the very first games I ever played was Symphony of the Night, Castlevania, and that kind of blew me away. It set a very high bar for gaming experiences for me. The next game that I played was, and I don't think many people over here know it, but it's a very good RPG, maybe not good in context of now, called Terranigma. And for the longest time, I kept asking people whether they knew it over here, and the best I could remember from my memory was that the character had spiky and sort of brown blonde hair, and everyone was like, are you talking about Final Fantasy VII? And I'm like, no, it kind of has that 2D Zelda aesthetic, and no one really knew. Until I came across a video on YouTube, and I was like, wait, this is that game, Terranigma. That game influenced me so much that my PSN account is still named after it. It has a very odd line about some material called crystal blue, and you'd be forgiven for thinking that was referring to something else, but I assure you that came from that specific game where they talk about it. Like, Terranigma was such a fun game. Like, those first two games that I played set a very, very high bar for me. And I'm not carrying this out. Oh, right, I need the Dark Reaver to open up the path so that we can light it up, but I can put you over there. Hey, this wall isn't climbable. Interesting. Oh wait, it is climbable. Yeah, this is definitely a Dark Reaver one. The symbol is right above and I'm still trying it. Okay. I need to find a Dark Reaver font somewhere. Otherwise, we're just not progressing in this area. I'm gonna ignore all of you. Yeah, I was thinking that's essentially where you kind of needed to put the disc. But I need to open up this door from the other side before I can do it. Because Raziel can't actually climb with the disc in his hand. So I'm hearing weird screaming from outside and I'm sort of wondering if it's from inside the game itself. Can I remove you? I cannot remove you, so I'm missing something here. It's probably something very simple. Like, I'm 100% certain that whatever puzzle here is so simple that I'm overthinking it. And this was the room we got the disc from. Really? Really? Is that? Is there a light dark font around here that I'm not seeing? Or can I remove you and place you into something else? Nope. Okay, you know what? Let's just get rid of these guys. Oh, right. It's right here. We can actually open this door. See, I told you I was overthinking it. Classic. I am going to ignore all of you. Until I am inevitably forced to fight one of you for an item. This is a Dark Reaver one too, right? Yep. Now there's our font. I'll be taking that. Thank you very much. You guys can have the rest as long as I am allowed to transform back into the physical realm. So is it just me, or is the camera really close to Raziel? Yeah, it is very close. Is it because we're inside the shrine? There we go. We finally got ourselves a Dark Reaver. That should open up a lot of paths for us here. I'll open this up too, although I don't think I need to go this way just yet. Sorry, yeah. I got another message from a friend. They were actually linking a movie trailer to me. Apparently there is Scary Movie 6. I know a lot of people who are fans of that series. Personally, I'm not very into the sarcastic ones. Hey, this is the wrong way. Okay. Should I be heading back? Because I remember that little area on top with a dark bridge on there that we have to use the Reaver on. I mean, a lot of paths have been unlocked for us now that we have the Dark Reaver. Oh, lots of flashing happening here. So I'm realizing that the Dark Reaver is actually a bit stronger than the normal Reaver, because it's pretty much just one-shotting some enemies here. The only Reaver that I know has much of a difference is the air one, right? Because it allows you to move faster in the swamp areas. I never quite realized that they had different differing levels of power too. I swear that there's something wrong with this camera. Soul Reaver 1 had a very close-up camera, but 2 I always remember having a wider field of view. And I'm not entirely certain why that's not the case here. Like something's glitch or something. That's one crystal down. Now we need to light it up from the other side and bring the star down here so that we can go confront Mobius. And Kane, who's waiting for us to explain the mechanics of the Reaver. Right. I need to light you up as well. Excuse me? Oh no, this is just... Should I be getting the sunlight medallion first? Because I think I need to activate both the crystals to open up this door before I can carry it out. There's a weird memory of mine that I could remove this from the pedestal, but that does not seem to be the case. And you can't even interact with it, so maybe there's a second disc we need to get our hands on. I mean, it wouldn't make sense if we could, because if we did that, then one side would not be lit up again. Maybe we need to go back to that room once more and find a way to get to that light bridge we saw before. Now, if I was a speedrunner, I would have known how to do the puzzles. I am unfortunately not a speedrunner. Where was it here that I saw you could make a light bridge? Oh, there we go. Yeah, this is what I was looking for. It's not a light bridge, it's a dark bridge. Gotta remember. There we go, there's our second disc. Oh, well, okay, no. Put that down, Raziel. And with this, we have our second disc. And the door is open, I think. No. No, it is open. Yeah, thank you. Game just took a while to realize it was open. And now for your final piece, the little victory lap that we need to do. Yeah, I'm happy I'm doing this at a reasonable rate. I'm sure people are doing this a lot faster, people who are familiar with the game. But these puzzles took me quite a while when I was younger. I might not have been the most observant kid around, unfortunately. Oh, great. Let me just pick this up because we kind of need this, the HP a bit. There we go. The final piece to the puzzle. And I believe no more enemies should spawn as long as we have the sun in our hands. Or the star? Well, I guess both counts. And voila, we now have access to the Light Reaver Forge. Such elaborate mechanisms, right? Just to get these abilities. To be fair, the glyph forgers in Soul Reaver 1 were also equally elaborate. So let me lower the audio here slightly. I feel like it's a bit higher than it should be.
I plunged the Reaver into the forge and imbued the blade with the elemental power of light. Thus armed, I now had the means to re-enter the stronghold and finally use Mobius's time-streaming device to accomplish my own ends.
Yeah, except we forgot one very important thing, Raziel. You kind of don't know how to control the time-streaming device. What an interesting design choice now too when I think about it. This was something that I had on my mind when I played the original Soul Reaver 2 back in the day as well. But a lot of the textures in this game are kind of squashed and stretched, right? If you look at this texture here, it's very much a stretched texture of the sunlight symbol. And that is an interesting design choice to say the least. Like someone consciously made it so that it stretched out, and I feel like a lot of people would say it would look better if it wasn't. I'll do a quick save here, and then we'll head into the fortress. I'm guessing my sibling will be around in a moment too, so I kind of want to have a save in case I take a little break, because I usually take a break when my younger sibling comes home. I take a while to just chat with them for a bit, see how their day went. See whether everything's alright, because traffic around here can get really bad during this time. Why is it so damn dark? Is the door actually shut again? Do I have to open that up? Is that what's happening? I don't think I can interact with this again. Oh, I can't. It is shut. Interesting. I didn't realize that was the case. Because the large gem that you used to enter the place is on the other side, right? Or is it here? Yeah, it is here. So. Again, an unnecessarily elaborate mechanism. But back then, we weren't really talking much about whether it made logical sense for a place to actually have such weird mechanisms. But then, to play the devil's advocate a bit, right? It's because they wouldn't really focus on stuff like that when we had the most interesting of stuff happening in these games. They were puzzles for the sake of puzzles.
There's one! There's another one.
Wait, we have to actually fight in this room. No, I can't see. Oh, is the Light Reaver actually weaker? No, and I picked up their weapon. And the infamous scene with Kane, where he finally explains the mechanisms of the time paradox thing.
Show yourself, Kane.
Here, Raziel. Everything is decided here. You cannot comprehend the magnitude, the rapture and the tragedy of this moment. And yet you must, if Nosgoth is to be dragged from the wreckage of its damnation.
I understand only this, Kane. That you and Mobius have impelled me to this moment simply means I can trust neither of you. I don't know who's pulling the strings, but it no longer matters. because I'm cutting them. I set my own course from here.
If it were only that simple.
Your fatalism is tiresome, Kane.
And profoundly ingrained, Raziel. You must understand. Our presence here doesn't alter history. You and I meet here because we are compelled to. We have always met here. History is irredeemable. Drop a stone into a rushing river. The current simply courses around it and flows on as if the obstruction were never there. You and I are pebbles, Raziel, and have even less hope of disrupting the time stream. The continuum of history is simply too strong, too resilient. Except, then how do we explain William here? The beloved boy king turned tyrant. In my youth, I witnessed William's rise to power and his transformation into the nemesis who laid waste to Nosgoth.
Keep your distance, Kane.
Years later, I stumble upon a chance to journey back in history, unaware that the entire affair has been carefully orchestrated by Mobius. In my wisdom, I seize this opportunity to murder the young king before he can ravage Nosgoth, and thereby provide the catalyst Mobius needs to ignite a genocidal war against our race.
I warn you, no further.
This one reckless act unravels the skein of history. The nemesis never becomes the nemesis. William dies a martyred saint. I, the vampire assassin, become the author of my own species' extinction, and Mobius profits from it all. I destroyed a tyrant only to create one far worse. But how can it be so? How, if history is immutable? The answer is here in this room, Raziel. Mobius propelled William and me together, but ensured first that we were both armed with the Soul Reaver. The Reaver is the key. Two incarnations of the blade meet in time and space. A paradox is created, a temporal distortion powerful enough to derail history.
Is this your sorcery?
Not mine, Raziel. Yours. You have nothing to fear from me, Raziel. You hold all the cards.
Then perhaps I should test your sincerity. If what you say is true, you should be terrified. I could
Kill you right now.
And so you do, Raziel.
What's happening?
We're hurtling towards our destinies, Raziel. What you feel is the pull of history rushing to meet us. This is where history and destiny collide. If you truly believe in free will, Raziel, now is the time to prove it. Kill me now, and we both become pawns of history, dragged down the path of an artificial destiny. I was ordained to assume the role of balanced guardian in Nosgoth, while you were destined to be its savior. But the map of my fate was redrawn by Mobius, and so in turn was yours.
This is madness!
Fight it, Raziel. This moment does not have to be an ending. It can become a prelude.
I can't.
You can, Raziel. Look inside and see that it is so. You have the power to reshape our inevitable futures.
Poor William.
Poor William.
What is this?
History abhors a paradox, Raziel. Even now, the time stream strains to divert itself, finding its old course blocked by your refusal to destroy me. The future is reshuffling itself to accommodate your monumental decision. This is where we restore ourselves, Raziel, and reclaim our intended destinies. It may yet be possible for me to assume my role as Balance Guardian and return the pillars to their rightful inheritors.
To the vampires. And this is the destiny you have urged me to discover. I don't know what game you and Mobius are playing, Kane.
Sorry. Hate to interrupt in the middle of a cutscene, but I hear the door. Be right back. It took so long. The controller actually disconnected. But yeah, I always take a break around this time, because my siblings come home, and I take some time to talk to them, see how they've been, and then I usually have myself a snack and a bottle of water. Oh. I also have a bit of a weird toothache whenever I
I
drink.
refuse to be your pawn. Unlike you, I still revere whatever shred of humanity I've managed to preserve. You will not use me as the instrument of your messianic delusions.
Very well, Raziel. I'll not ask you to trust me. Your truths are for you to discover alone.
Humble words for one who presumes to teach me a lesson at every turn.
Then continue your journey and learn your own lessons, Raziel. Remember, Mobius led you here, but you walk away unfettered. A champion of free will and conqueror of false histories. There is much more for you to unearth, if you have the heart for the truth and the will to see it.
Yeah, it's always fun to me that, oh wait, you can actually go back to the Reaver as well. Interesting. I don't remember that being a thing. And the game is actually scripted to sort of... What are you looking at here, Raziel? You were temporarily looking up there. Don't quite know why you were doing that. I mean, it's fun that the Reaver is sort of... Why is there an interaction mark here? Never mind. The game's scripted so that the closer you are to the Reaver, the temporal distortion is higher.
Here it comes.
And honestly, if you're wondering, I kind of prefer the Soul Reaver 2 models. They mesh a bit better with the environment, which itself don't quite seem to be improved too much in this game. Now we gotta find our way back to Mobius's time streaming chamber, so that we can coerce Mobius into sending us into the past, which he will definitely do for us. Your aim is terrible, my good man. Oh, there are dogs in here too. Just lead them around the whole courtyard. They interrupt. Wow, that is an interesting dog model.
Seize him!
Oh, pick this up again. I've been playing a lot of Where Winds Meet lately, so I end up accidentally pressing R3 each time to lock on. Well, R3 in this game is more like shifting between the two graphic types. Is that where I'm going? Or is this where I'm going? I'm not entirely certain. Oh, come on. At least we got the Reaver. We are heading in the right direction. Yeah, Yeah, I just like how expressive Mobius is in the older models. Like, if you compare this, right?
On your face, Mobius.
Wait, can you not? Photo mode is there, but maybe not in the cutscene. But yeah, compared to this, I feel like he's a lot more expressive with the older model.
Here you are, caught without your damned staff. And I suspect things aren't progressing quite as you'd hoped. You're not used to the fly turning to confront you in your web, are you?
Kane's devious influence has poisoned your mind, Raziel. Now you see betrayal everywhere, even in your closest allies.
I think part of the reason why he's a lot more expressive is because you can actually see his eyes a bit more clearly in the older model.
We were never allies, Mobius. Conspirators, perhaps. Briefly.
Why did you not kill Kane when you had the chance? He was at your mercy.
Precisely. I had a choice. And
I chose mercy.
And now I know your sordid little secret. The significance of that displacement I felt when the two Reavers came together. Strangely enough, I was enlightened
by the devious Kane.
Not by you. In fact, I've learned much more than you counted on. I understand now how you've tried to manipulate all of history for your own personal gain. But now all your little schemes are whirling in ruin around you, aren't they? All because I chose to exert my will for once, rather than obey the demands of sorcerers and spirits and demons, all singing the same tiresome refrain.
Yeah, partly because you can also see his eyebrows more. He feels a lot more expressive with his older model.
I'm setting my own path from here, Mobius. I intend to discover the truth behind all of this.
But you condemn us all with this impetuous act.
Hardly impetuous. It took all the will I could muster. Has my refusal to kill Kane reshuffled your carefully stacked deck of cards?
You really think that you're exercising your free will, Raziel? You're simply Kane's servant.
I do not serve Kane. I merely did not kill him.
Raziel, do not forget your purpose here. You are destined to be the savior of Nosgoth.
Oh, I'm sick of hearing that particular phrase. As for saving Nosgoth, so far I see precious little reason to bother. And I'll choose my own purpose from here on out, Time Streamer. Right now, I choose to manipulate you for a change. Go. In there.
What are you doing?
Come now, Mobius. You're a cunning serpent. You'll piece it together, I imagine. This era is of no further use to me. You will operate this device to provide me passage. I want to see the world in a simpler time, before the Sarafan began their crusade.
And what about Kane? You're leaving your core behind.
You kill him if it's so damned important.
You need only touch the two poles of the switch, and the device will transport you. But I urge you to reconsider.
You've lost your powers of persuasion, old man. Rot here and forget me.
A little smirk at the end. As I escaped from the sealed chamber,
even as I emerged from that infernal time-streaming chamber, I suspected treachery. The stronghold was vacant, derelict, and abandoned.
save for the demons running around here. The annoying ones. God, it's really dark here. I think it's a bit better on stream. Yeah, I can see the door on stream, on my stream view, but it's very dark on my monitor here. I've had this issue with Silent Hill F2, and I think it's just how the capture card sort of messes up the video feed or something.
Prepare to die.
Yeah, we'll let the hunters deal with the demons, and I'm just gonna hop out and head to the next location. There's just no reason for you to engage with any of them until they trap you in a room. Which they like to do a lot from this point onward. So, the flashing light warning to anyone who's watching this and is sensitive to that stuff. Do I have to kill you guys here too? Is that the only way I can escape here? Yep, the door's locked. And these are my favorite enemies, more or less. The lightning demons are extremely annoying. There's 3 of them too. So waiting for the Reaver to cool down. Can you attack the demon, my good hunter man? And not the guy who's fighting the demon itself? Thankfully, the Light Reaver is giving us some form of a lantern. It's never quite explained why these Hilden demons started attacking the keep as well. At least I don't think it is. Oh, do I need to defeat these guys too in order to unblock the exit? Is that what's happening? Oh, come on. There's 3 of them as well. Let's get rid of the demons ones. The lightning ones first. Because they're the more annoying species. I can probably get this soul before it goes back to the underworld. Grab the sword here and start whacking away at you. Yeah, see, this is why you want to use the Reaver against these guys, because they block a lot. I'm gonna drop this and just whack him with the Reaver. The Hilden demons are definitely the most annoying ones in the game. Just for that fact alone. The green ones are okay, I guess. They don't really have annoying moves. But the lightning demons and then the actual infernal demons that appear at certain points in the story, they can be very challenging. Something tells me I didn't need to go this way, considering that nothing's even appearing. Like, there's no exit here. Oh right, I need to find that chamber with Mobius first, before I can exit here. I need to trigger that particular chamber. It's so dark here though. Trigger that particular cutscene. Called it a chamber. Oh my god. This was where we needed to go. And this, I believe, is where Mobius is. Yep.
If I had any doubts about the era I now occupied, this grotesque tableau certainly eliminated them. For here was Mobius, long since murdered by Cain, lionized and beatified as the martyred leader of his bloodthirsty crusade. And if I required further evidence, I needed only to behold the gruesome trophy Mobius held aloft. A severed head of Vorador. The final triumphant kill of Mobius's cutthroat mob. His execution marked the annihilation of the vampires. Far from channeling me into Nosgoth's past, Mobius had propelled me over a century
into the ghastly future.
The intent behind this little detour was unmistakable. Having failed to make me his obedient assassin, Mobius intended to keep me ignorant of my true destiny, which clearly lay in Nosgoth's past. While his deception only reinforced my purpose, Mobius had effectively stranded me here. This left me no course but to explore the era I now occupied and see what changes the century had wrought following Cain's ill-fated decision. Perhaps time had cleared a path for me into the mountains, where I might unearth more clues behind the mystery of Janos Audron.
Not really clear, but the demons are actually talking to you to some extent as well. You can kind of hear them going like Raziel or something. So let me grab a sword here because I'm kind of low on HP. Yep, oh, never mind. And I do believe you guys actually follow me here. Yep. Unfortunately for you all, the Reaver doesn't have a disadvantage from being here, so I can deal with you all a lot easier. I lost my Light Reaver though. I guess we'll do with the Dark one for now. Better that than nothing.
You will die now. Easy prey.
Easy prey. Oh, so they say.
What pathetic charade is this now, Mobius?
No charade, Raziel. Only the entreaties of this martyred spirit.
Your pleas mean nothing to me after all your deceit. You have propelled me into Nosgoth's future, Mobius, and left me stranded here.
I am truly sorry, Raziel, but it was necessary. Consider it the last valiant act of a doomed man. You have strayed from your purpose, and now behold the result. Gaze upon the wasteland you and Cain authored together.
I fail to see how I'm responsible.
You spared Cain, and by doing so, you have released a multitude of horrors upon this world. I can accept that Cain has murdered me, Raziel. As the Time Guardian, I foresaw that incident long before it occurred, and I take some small comfort in the fact that Cain remains the sole survivor of his vile breed. But you have single-handedly made my sacrifice meaningless.
Your argument is disingenuous, Time Streamer. I cannot see how killing or sparing Cain's future self would alter these events. This wasteland was created by Cain's original refusal at the Pillars, and amidst all these twists and turns, that event has never changed. You are cunning, Mobius, but I think you've gotten tangled in your own web.
As Cain clings to his precious seat of power, the pillars sink into a mire of decay, dragging all of Nosgoth down with them.
I don't think this has anything to do with the pillars, or Cain's failure to sacrifice himself. I think you're simply afraid, because you don't know what he's up to. He's a wild card, isn't he? And you don't want his influence in your game. Which is why you wanted me to eliminate him. Well, now that he survived, you have no idea what's coming, do you? Maybe, for the first time in your entire life, you're terrified that he may have truly found a third option out of the dilemma you orchestrated for him.
Cain's lies have addled your mind. Leave this place and trouble my spirit no more.
And as if you are a spirit.
A spirit. You've forgotten.
Forgotten.
I
I
haven't
have
been
always
sure.
been sure.
If you're willing to risk it. I didn't think so.
Either way,
Either
you
way.
lose.
You lose.
You can kind of hear the demon screaming in the background. All right, we're actually outside now. It's so dark I can barely tell. Actually, the Light Reaver will give us a bit of illumination. And I think our next objective is to head over to the pillars and meet with Ariel, who is meeting Raziel for the first time, I believe. And after that, we'd probably head to the swamp. Is it the wind? Yeah, because we need the air reaver next to open up the time chamber in the swamp. Sorry, I hear the door again. I'll be right back. All right, and back. Yeah, everyone in my family usually finishes their work around this time and then come home. So, yeah, just opening up the door. Let's run over to Ariel and then on to the Sky Reaver, the Air Reaver. I don't know why I keep referring to it as a Sky Reaver.
Prepare to die.
Prepare to die.
Get it!
A little shortcut we can take now in the future. That collapse pillar. And I'm gonna ignore you. You guys are gonna probably be blocking my way to the pillars anyway, so... Oh no, you're not. You can actually open up the door. So another annoying enemy right there, and the poison ones.
These were the pillars so familiar to my blighted eyes. But now that I had begun to learn their true significance, I regarded the pillars' destruction with a new, enlightened sense of horror. And I questioned now whether Kain's simple refusal, his mere ambition, could truly have caused such devastation. I felt that some darker influence was at work here. As I approached, I discerned the spirit of Ariel, bound here now for more than a century.
Forever am I bound, hope abandoned, my spirit tethered to this place. What destroyed the circle could not touch me, for I was newly dead and beyond harm's reach. I alone was spared the descent into madness, and Kain alone was spared the pain of death. When Napraptor's poison seized Kain even in the safety of the womb, much more than just his destiny was lost. All of Nosgoth lost balance. Consider us now, both of us less than we once were. I, pure but insubstantial, and Kain terribly real, but corrupted.
Your imprisonment here has deranged you, spirit. You fixate on Kain because you believe he is the tether that binds you here. But we both know he is not the author of your agony. The pillars were subverted by dark forces, invited by the Guardians themselves. The more I learn of your circle, the more I see a tangle of nested manipulations.
Kain handed them their victory. They sought to topple the pillars, and he was their willing instrument.
Or was he their unwilling pawn? Would it blunt your wrath to know that Kain's dilemma was calculated to bring the pillars down, regardless of the choice he made? And that the devastation would have been even greater had he chosen the path you would prescribe for him?
Oh, you are a subtle, deceitful creature. But your clever arguments do not absolve Kain. He must die for the pillars to be restored. There is no other way.
Then consider this more ominous possibility. What if Kain's death does not restore the pillars? Consider that it may simply be too late, that this world may be beyond redemption, and that you may be bound here eternally.
Why do you hound me, demon? You can see that I am captive here. Show me some mercy.
Like the mercy you showed your fellow Guardians when you set Cain on them? Or the mercy you showed Cain when you kept him ignorant of his destiny while you used him as the scourge of the Circle? Or perhaps like the mercy you showed your beloved Naprapta when you made him Cain's first kill?
You are cruel. Why do you torment me?
I'm merely looking for answers, Ariel. Ah, very well. I'll leave you in peace. But know this about you and this purgatory from which you long to escape. You're merely at the threshold.
Yeah, and I think here it's gonna be, yeah, the first spawning of this guy. He can very much kill you very easily. Is there even a soul here I can use to replenish? There is. The toughest enemy in the game, and I think we could have actually just walked past him. Would have been faster. These guys, however, you cannot walk past. And he actually clobbered me there for a bit. Let's not die before the checkpoint that's just beyond this corner. You know, I just realized that even Soul Reaver 2 actually has a swamp. I never relied on this because we just kind of got used to where we were going after a while. But I guess it's nice to have. And it's kind of showing me at the pillars and where we're going. Yeah, to that area. It's probably the Sky Forge and the Air Forge. Again, I did not know why I keep calling it the Sky Forge. I'm gonna ignore you. Luckily, I don't think any of the paths to the Elder God are blocked off by these demons, so we can just run down. Yep, never mind. It is actually blocked. And Brazil is going to accuse the Elder God of thriving when Nosgoth falls into disarray.
Raziel, the failed assassin. You had Cain at your mercy, but lacked the courage to fulfill the act. And now you see the wasteland wrought by the tyrant's hand, by his selfish decision to preserve his own life, even when it meant sacrificing the whole world. This is the fate of Nosgoth, as long as Cain remains alive.
An ironic condemnation, given this guilty scene. One would think you'd torn down the pillars single-handedly. What are you trying to obliterate as you drag your loathsome body through this chamber? And why, as Nosgoth descends into madness and misery, do you
seem to strive?
Things in this world, I am learning, are rarely what they seem. You, apparently, are no exception.
I am the engine of life, the source of Nosgoth's very existence. I am the hub of the wheel, the origin of all life, the devourer of death.
Or maybe you're just hungry. Could it be as simple as that? Wouldn't that be poetic irony? The great adversary of the vampires turns out to be the biggest parasite of them all.
Do not test my patience, Raziel. I made you, and I will unmake you if I become so inclined.
As your agent, I am beyond death.
There are fates worse than death, Raziel.
Oh, I see you now as you truly are. A cancer, a spooling parasite burrowed deep in the heart of this world.
Go now. Play out your pitiful rebellion and take your place among the destroyed, the used, and the damned. But know this, you are mine for eternity. You have always been, and will always be, my Soul Reaver.
Yeah, no, I'm not dealing with you guys. You can just hang out on that platform while I save. Yeah, and this layout is slightly changed too, I believe. Nope. Almost fell. Yeah, no, you guys can just hang out there. I don't want to deal with you at all. Do I want to get the Dark Reaver? I might need it. And there we go. It's more likely that I'll have to actually shift to the spectral room after this. Oh no, I do think I need the Dark Reaver here to activate a Bridge of Swords that allows us passage. Because you can't quite reach the top now that the water is sunken. Very quiet little nook. I never quite understood why they made this little area so confusing. There we go. I'm glad I remembered that I needed to use that. Imagine just coming up here and then realizing that, hey, you kind of need the Dark Reaver to proceed. Knock it off. Lots of light flashes here. Is that a thing in the original one too? It's like really dark too.
Beyond this edifice lay my sole hope of escaping this demon-infested wasteland. The time-streaming device contained therein offered my only prospect of journeying back.
No, I can't decide if I like the remastered models. With Soul Reaver 1, I very much loved the remastered models, but with Soul Reaver 2,
early history,
I feel like the older models actually do a lot more to make it expressive.
I was condemned to be stranded here eternally.
Yeah, if you're wondering, I'm playing through the entirety of Soul Reaver 1 and Soul Reaver 2 because they very recently remastered the third game in the series, Defiance, and I was hoping to finish both of them. Well, technically I've already finished these games ages ago, but I was hoping to get a recap of everything before it came out today. Unfortunately, I could not do that, but thankfully Soul Reaver 2 is kind of a short game. I can probably finish it tomorrow evening if I did not finish it tonight. So hopefully after we're done, since I'm pretty much just ignoring everything in our way, after we're done with Soul Reaver 2, I'll hop on to the new game. And I'm kind of looking forward to it because I own that game on GOG, right? But it is not very functional, let's say, with the controller. Oh, hey Jack, welcome to the stream. How has your night been? Monkey-like abominations? Yeah, those guys are technically some sort of weird demon. I don't actually know. Do they even look like monkeys? Can we get a good look at them? I think they run away for a while. Let me see. Let's go into photo mode. Yeah. The older PS2 models don't quite give you an idea of what's going on with these guys. But they're more like swamp creatures here. Like in where we are is in the future of Nosgoth, and creatures like this are popping up everywhere. Unless we look at something like the manual, I have no idea what these guys are. All I know is if you want to finish this game early on, just run away as quickly as possible. And these guys are just hunters, right? Vampire hunters that are hunting anything that's moving, including Raziel. Now, to be fair, their models look excellent with the remaster. Too bad it's so dark here. But I think in Soul Reaver 2 I prefer the old graphics, which is why I'm sticking with it mostly. I'm having the same problem I had with Silent Hill F when this came. Like, everything seems so weirdly dark, and I'm going back the way I came. Wow, okay. Yeah, this is where I started at. And if you're wondering... Yeah, me... Technically speaking, most of the vampire hunters in this game, the humans at least, think that most of the monsters are sort of off-breeds of the vampires in the future, which is kind of true, especially in Soul Reaver 1. Because over time, the normal vampires sort of evolve into abominations, and Raziel himself kind of grows bad wings, which is why he's tossed into the abyss. There's a save point here that I can probably show you. The cutscene in Soul Reaver 1, so once we get to that, I'll give you a little preview of what happens at the start. Assuming those things don't kill me, because my soul level is like very slow. There should be a save point right here that we can use to save. And it's kind of better that I actually come back to, because we have very little health. So let me save here. Yes, the spiral thing is my HP. It's a whole symbolic thing in Soul Reaver, with the spiral being very important. 24703 swamp. Oh no, I want to actually talk with you guys about this game. This is one of my favorite games of all time. Like, the moment they remastered it, I was like, I am getting this immediately, and I got it and I platinum it, which is a bit rare for me these days. And let's start with the bonus content. Okay, yeah, no, it's easier to explain if I just go with the opening of Soul Reaver 1, right?
Cain is deified. The clans tell tales of him. Few know the truth. He was mortal.
So, the Legacy of Cain series, the first game is called Blood Omen, and in that game you control Cain, this guy on the chair here, right, the throne. And in it, he initially starts as a human, but he's quickly attacked by bandits and then resurrected as a vampire. And after that, he's basically on a roaring revenge quest to find out the people who killed him. But at the end, he sort of ends up fighting this king, which they call Nemesis, immediately, and he kind of loses, right? And a character in the game called Mobius is like, hey, if he's so strong now, I can send you back in time so that you can kill him before he starts this crazy campaign against all the vampires, right? What Cain did not know at that time was that this character was manipulating him. And Cain, being the rough-headed, brash person he was at that time, accepts. He goes back in time, kills the young king, which gives the entire human population an incentive to fight against all the monsters, all the vampires, right? Because they're vampires and humans are sort of having a very tenuous coexistence before that. But after Cain kills him, they get the justification they need to launch a holy crusade against all the vampires. And that's what Mobius is after. Cain comes back to the present, realizes that he's been duped, and kills Mobius and kills all the other vampires that are in control who are going mad due to a certain murder that happens before. At the end of the first game, you then get a choice. You either sacrifice yourself to restore the world, or you become a Dark Lord and rule over it. The canonical ending is that Cain refuses the choice of sacrifice. And this is where Soul Reaver 1 starts off, where he's become this vampire lord that's been ruling for centuries.
Once, as were we all. However, his contempt for humanity drove him to create me and my brethren.
And these guys were resurrected from the vampire hunters he knew back then. He needed lieutenants to sort of revive, sort of control all of Nosgoth. So he revived these guys and made them the lieutenants. You control Raziel, who is his firstborn, right? The first person to get his powers, and when he was resurrecting everyone. Yeah, the story in this game is really good. It has excellent dialogue and excellent voice acting, as well as an amazing soundtrack. And you sort of hear that all throughout. One of the reasons why I recommend this game so much is because I love the storytelling in this game. There's this manipulation on top of manipulation among all the time streaming things. Like, everyone's trying to outwit each other, and it makes for an amazing drama.
I am Raziel, firstborn of his lieutenants. I stood with Cain and my brethren at the dawn of the Empire. I have served him a millennium. Over time, we became less human and more
Divine.
Cain would enter the state of change and emerge with a new gift. some years after the Master, our evolution would follow. Until I had the honor of surpassing my lord. For my transgression, I earned a new kind of reward.
Oh, sorry, I gotta pause. I got a call here. Be right back. Sorry about that. A very late work call, as you might imagine. I'll probably stop here for the night, unfortunately, because I need to deal with that. But let me show you the cutscene before I call it a day. But yeah, at this point, the lieutenants can evolve beyond Kane, and Raziel thinks that Kane is actually jealous of this evolution, and that's why he tears off his wings. And then condemns him to death.
There was only one possible outcome. My eternal damnation. I, Raziel, was to suffer the fate of traitors and weaklings, to burn forever in the bowels of the Lake of the Dead.
Cast him in.
Tumbling, burning with white-hot fire, I plunged into the depths of the abyss. Unspeakable pain, relentless agony. Time ceased to exist. only this torture and a deepening hatred of the hypocrisy that damned me to this hell. An eternity passed, and my torment receded, bringing me back from the precipice of madness.
So yeah, after he's tossed into this abyss, because vampires in this setting are actually weak to water, he burns for centuries because of that, and he wakes up suddenly as a husk. And then he's met by this entity.
The descent had destroyed me, and yet I lived.
This giant Cthulhu-looking entity, right? And he basically says that, hey, I brought you back from the dead. Use this chance to get revenge on your master who tossed you in. And so Soul Reaver 1, for the most part, is you taking control of Raziel and going to each of his brothers who are now mutated monsters, because they also evolved into some weird abominations, and trying to find your way to Cain so that you can enact revenge. However, remember what I said before, that Raziel thinks that Cain actually tore off his wings because he thought he was jealous. That's not the case. Cain actually foresaw all of this happening before. Remember that I told you that Cain could travel back in time, right? Due to a person called Mobius. And after he kills Mobius, Cain takes the time to actually use Mobius's devices to look into the time stream. So he knows all of this is happening. So because Cain had the choice of either condemning Nosgoth or sacrificing himself, he's like, I'm going to use you to sort of find a third choice for myself. And it's only at the end of Soul Reaver 1 that Raziel kind of realizes that, hey, Cain's playing a bigger game than this. And Soul Reaver 2 basically ends on the note when Raziel realizes this and he meets that person that I was talking about before. How do I put it? That Mobius. And this is the start and ending. The start of Soul Reaver 2 and the ending of Soul Reaver 1 right here.
At last. I must say I'm disappointed in your progress. I imagined you'd be here sooner.
Correct, Mobius.
Tell me, did it trouble you to murder your brothers?
Did it trouble you when you ordered me into the abyss?
Eternity is relentless, Raziel. When I first stole into this chamber centuries ago, I did not fathom the true power of knowledge. To know the future, Raziel. To see its paths and streams tracing out into the infinite. As a man, I could never contain such form.
Yeah, he's at the end of Soul Reaver, he's sort of explaining to you that, hey, yeah, I kind of looked into the future. And the first time I came in here, I could not quite understand all the implications of understanding the future. But now I sort of have an idea of how powerful having that knowledge is.
Forbidden truths. But each of us is so much more than we once were. Do you not feel with all your soul how we have become like gods? As such, are we not indivisible? As long as a single one of us stands, we are legion. Our futures are predestined. Mobius foretold mine.
Yeah. Cain is talking about Mobius here himself, but Cain's basic argument was that I can see the entirety of the timeline, sacrificing you as long as one of us stands, and I can move you all around in such a way that everything works out for the best. It's justified. That's what he's saying here.
Eons ago, we each play out the parts fate has written for us. Free will is an illusion.
However, the way time works in this setting is that you can't actually change it per se. You need to meet certain conditions to change it. And when Mobius sent Kane into the past, he made sure those conditions were met. Otherwise, if you try to change it, history itself rewrites the whole timeline, so it never happens. It goes back to the original way it was. So Kane is sort of manipulating Raziel into meeting those conditions so that he can sort of restore Nosgoth back to its original balance, in a sense. I guess, in a sense, not entirely Steins Gate, but there is a lot of time travel, because you caught me in the middle of Soul Reaver 2 when I've been sent in the future. In Soul Reaver 1, you are playing essentially in the future only, but in Soul Reaver 2, you're starting in the past. You're starting what I would like to call as the present, and then the future, and then you're going back in the past. So there's a lot of time travel involved. But yes, it is a bit like Steins Gate in that you need to have certain conditions to alter the time stream to a great extent. And Kane is sort of trying to...
Found the tomb of Sarafan, Kane. How could you profane a priest by turning him into a vampire?
Yeah, Kane is sort of trying to manipulate Raziel to meet the conditions, because he's one of the few people who can actually do it. Like, very few people can do it, and he's one of the few who can. But Raziel is not having it, because one of the things he discovers during Soul Reaver 1 also is that he was originally a vampire hunter, a Sarafan priest, as he calls it. And he's like, why did you turn me, a vampire hunter, into this unwillingly? He, like, in Raziel's mind, they're like the good guys, right? And then Kane is basically saying this.
How could I not? One must keep his friends close, Raziel, and his enemies even closer. Who better to serve me than those whose passion transcends all notions of good and evil?
The Sarafan were saviors, defending Nosgoth from the corruption that we represent. My eyes are open, Kane. I find no nobility in the unlife you rudely forced on my unwilling corpse.
You may have uncovered your past, but you know nothing of it. You think the Sarafan were noble, altruistic?
Their agenda was the same as ours. Yes, when Kane gives all of the Sarafan their vampiric unlife, because that's basically what he does, right? He takes the Sarafan warriors, the vampire hunters, and when he gives them their vampire unlife, they actually do not retain their memories, so they do not know that they're serving him when they were hunters before. But Raziel, when he comes back to life, with the goading of that entity that we saw, the Cthulhu entity at the start, he sort of uncovers the tomb where he was originally enshrined in, along with his other brothers. And he realizes that, hey, all the vampire lieutenants were actually vampire hunters and they've been brought back to life. And Kane is basically saying, you are kind of being a little too idiotic, right? The Sarafan were not noble. They had their own goals and everything, which is kind of the case, as you sort of see in Soul Reaver 2.
Their agenda was the same as ours. You nearly had me, Raziel. But this is not where or how it ends. Fate promises more twists before this drama unfolds.
And because he's sort of seen the future, he knows that this is not where he's gonna die. He's going back to the past or the present in Soul Reaver to convince Raziel that there's something more going on. So you see, the funny thing is, I'm not sure if I want to spoil that for you in case you want to play it, but he does have a very good reason for manipulating Raziel, right? Which is explained a lot in Defiance, and I will be playing Defiance, the new game that was released today, very soon, if you're curious. But there are chances that he didn't even rebirth Raziel, that he was just there when Raziel woken up. And I am inclined to believe that's the case, because a lot of the other vampires also sort of retain the ability to survive in the spectral realm, according to the game. And basically, at the start of Soul Reaver 2 and the end of Soul Reaver 1, Raziel enters the time chamber to follow after Cain, but then he is plucked out of the time stream by the same person that manipulated Cain, Mobius.
Redeemer and destroyer, pawn and messiah. Welcome, time-span soul. Welcome to your destiny.
And yeah, that basically starts the whole thing with Soul Reaver 2, where Raziel is sort of caught between Mobius and Cain, and he's trying, and the Elder God to an extent, and he's trying to find out who's lying and who's telling the truth, along with other entities. Like, the whole journey in Soul Reaver 2 is trying to find out why he came back to life, why he is capable of altering the timeline, and why he looks like certain beings that are enshrined in the various dungeons or temples all around Nosgoth. And that's basically where you caught me. Because at some point, Raziel's like, okay, Cain is kind of telling the truth. I'm going to confront Mobius about this guy. And he gets a hint that he needs to go back way, way in the past to sort of figure out his origins, right? And he goes back to Mobius and asks him, well, rather coerces him to send him back to the past. But Mobius, being the sly person he is, actually sends him to the future. And that's kind of where you caught me in the game itself. Like, he has been forcibly transferred into the future, and we're trying to find a way back to the past. But yeah, you can kind of see why I love this game, right? The writing in it is so good, the dialogue, like, everything's just so great.
The making of Soul Reaver.
Soul Reaver.
And just the voiceovers too, they're amazing.
I feel an obligation to work out since I'm Soul Reaver. So when the time comes I really meet everybody, I'll be able to wear tight black outfits. And they won't feel so terribly disappointed to see that it's the 60-year-old cocker doing this voice. I had to go out and buy a PlayStation. They sent me Soul Reaver.
I'll be honest, the first time I discovered that Michael Bell was voicing Raziel, I was generally surprised. I was not expecting him to be such an elder.
No game like this, but I'll play the game, period, other than, Knick Knack or that little Pac-Man or something.
Right. He sounds so young, right?
Ah, my wayward child return.
And Tony J's voice. Michael Bell, sorry. Michael Bell.
And these images here in this chamber.
Merely the deceits of a failed civilization. You are being misled, Raziel. This ancient race hoped to manipulate the future with these scrawled misdirections. You must tread carefully. There are dark forces at work in this world, bent on subverting your
And this is Tony J. You might recognize his voice from a lot of Disney movies.
The question is, am I in their presence?
Send me the name later.
Your arrogance will spell your demise, Raziel.
Okay, sure.
Deny my will.
Why not?
The arc of your destiny will reach a sudden conclusion.
Your threats are unmoving. Even now, I'm beyond your reach.
My reach is longer than you realize.
Yeah, they have a lot of bonus stuff. This stuff was in the original too. I think some of the outtakes I remember seeing back on the PS1. But it has some lost levels, the entire story of Nosgoth, as well as information about all of the locations. And a gallery just showing you concept art and everything. Like, I can't recommend this game enough. Unfortunately, but as you kind of heard just a moment ago, I got a call from work, so I'll be taking probably a 10-minute break or something to deal with the aftermath of this. If you're around, I want to get to at least the Airforge if possible, but if I don't have time, I might just call it for the stream here. For now, sorry to say, I'm going to take a break. I will be right back if possible. If not, good night, everyone. But let me put on the break screen for now and deal with this work crisis, so to speak. Be right back. All right then, back. Apologies for that. Unfortunately, I kind of had to deal with that. Sometimes my work kind of relies on me just sending in very abrupt little changes now and then. But yeah, unfortunately, I don't think I'll be able to continue to today's stream for too long. It's already been like 3 hours and 30 minutes. I'll probably keep going for like 30 more minutes or maybe 15. My intention is to at least do the Air Reaver Temple in Soul Reaver 2 so that we can hopefully finish off Soul Reaver 2 in its entirety, and I'll have my story recap before I pick up Defiance. Defiance is the third game of the Legacy of Kain series that follows Soul Reaver 2, right? And I am excited for its release. I wanted to finish all these recaps before the game came out. Unfortunately, once again, work and other things came in front. I'm not too worried about it. So as soon as I finish this, I'll get that game and we'll continue from there. And for now, oh, come on, I accidentally pressed the start game, sorry.
Where am I? Is the usual question. In your case...
What I'm gonna do is quit and load game. It's been a while since I played an older game, so it takes me a few to realize that, hey, you need to do things differently here. But yeah, right now we're sort of trying to find a way to get to the Air Reaver Temple. And I'm not entirely sure that I'm going the right way. I feel like I am. Because there will be...
The passage of time had indeed cleared my way forward, enabling me to explore the northern mountains of Nosgoth. I was anxious to discover if some evidence of Janos Audron's existence might still remain.
Yeah, you can access this in the present, as I like to call it. But here, in the future, we get a path to the mountains, which in itself might take us a bit, because this little segment will lead us to more than a few areas before we'll get to the Air Reaver Temple. Thankfully, you can kind of skip a lot of this stuff with a little luck, and Soul Reaver 2 doesn't really have many optional stuff that you need to go find. And if you're wondering why I'm jumping, I swear for some odd reason, Raziel moves very slightly faster, or maybe considerably faster when you're jumping. And I think the devs were sort of aware that if you let players just skip enemies, because you don't really have an incentive to fight any of these guys, unless you want to refill on their health by eating their souls. Right, I need to go up here to open the door. I'll just bring out the Reaver here for a second and whack him. Yeah, you don't really have an incentive to fight the enemies, so the devs put in a few barriers to make sure you just can't run there immediately.
Here I discovered the quaint hamlet of Ustenheim, now long abandoned and collapsing into ruin. Legend claimed that Janos Audron terrorized its villagers until the Sarafan hunters ferreted him out and destroyed him. If there was any truth to the old tales, the lair of the infamous vampire could not be far away.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the game doesn't quite want you going there willy-nilly. I'm gonna jump in here, save, and then just run. Because ideally we want to just keep moving as much as we can. And the enemies are nice enough to wait while we save. They are gentlemen like that. They also follow you quite the distance now that I think about it. Am I going the right way? There's a little alcove up there. This is the way we need to go, but there's a part of my brain that's like, there's something up there. Don't quite remember what it is. Yeah, my memory of Soul Reaver 2 when I played it when I was younger isn't very reliable. All I know is you kind of don't want to lock onto enemies because they get a lot more block heavy. It's better to just run around and slash. And we should be meeting with Cain in a second here, where they both reminisce on the forces that are trying to manipulate them into doing
This edifice was clearly
weird
not
biddings.
crafted by human architects. As the figure beneath the balcony silently attested, these were the aeries of winged beings. Undoubtedly, I stood before the mountain refuge of the legendary Janos Ordren, but the entire sanctuary lay in ruin, collapsed under the force of some ancient cataclysm. As I suspected, the time streamer's deception ensured that I was centuries too late to unearth anything of consequence here. With nothing behind me but the wasteland I had traversed, I resolved to press on and explore these canyons further.
Oh no. Every time you turn,
something monumental
happens.
I don't think I have
the stomach for it.
Yeah, you can tell I love the dialogue in this game.
No drama this time, Raziel.
You are persistent, crossing time like this to follow me. Still waiting for that coin of yours to land on its edge.
I'm biding my time. I see that Mobius has played a little trick on you.
Yes, he clearly doesn't want me to meet this Janos Ordren.
Perhaps. Or maybe he merely hoped that it would harden your heart against me, to see this wasteland which I single-handedly authored.
My heart doesn't need hardening, Cain. If I even suspected that destroying you would make any difference, I would do it this instant.
I knew you'd see through them, Raziel.
Who is
Janos
this
is
they
indeed
we
the
keep
key
referring
to your
to?
destiny. But you'll need to find your own way back into Nosgoth's past. Make no mistake, though, Raziel. You and I are now in great danger. We are irritants here. Malevolent forces are being marshaled to eliminate us.
You talk as though we're allies.
Regardless of your sentiments, Raziel, in their eyes,
we are.
Well, they're certainly trying to eliminate you, Cain. There can be no doubt of that. I am assaulted relentlessly with demands for your demise. Whatever it is that you're plotting, they're scared to death of you. As for me, I suspect they made a grave error when they allowed my unique resurrection. I don't think they know how to destroy me.
You mustn't underestimate them, Raziel.
And who exactly is this diabolical they to which we keep referring? If there's some grand conspiracy going on, the right hand doesn't appear to know what the left is doing. Even Mobius seems to be caught out at every turn.
Mobius is a puppet, Raziel. Haven't you realized that yet? That's the sweetest irony in all of this. Nosgoth's great manipulator is their plaything. But the ones pulling the strings haven't shown their faces yet.
They don't like us unwriting their carefully choreographed history, though, do they?
You must understand, Raziel, we haven't unwritten history, we've merely rewritten it. The future flows around our petty actions, finding the path of least resistance, while admitting only the slightest alterations. This is the reshuffling you felt when you refused to kill me. And remember, Raziel, we are irritants in this regard as well. History will not allow the introduction of a paradox.
And if events cannot be reshuffled to accommodate the change?
It is the irritant who's expelled. Bear in mind that this may be exactly the outcome our enemies are trying to provoke. We must tread very carefully.
Yeah, Kane just coming in and warning Raziel of the fact that, hey, regardless of whether you like it or not, these guys sort of see you as enemies now. And you need to be careful.
Prepare to die!
Which is an odd thing for Kane, to be honest. He's not someone who really cares about other people. I'm gonna leave you all down here. Good luck. You can fight amongst yourself. Oh my god, not two of you. Among the enemies in this game, the creature that proves most formidable is actually these things. They can take a chunk of your health and they are very stagger resistant. It's not fun at all. Doesn't help that I'm getting shot at by these two either. Surviving by a sliver of our health.
Prepare to die!
Yeah, sorry, can I just
Die!
eat one of your souls here for a second? Please don't kill me. Oh. Would be nice if he had a weapon. I'm afraid to hit them with the Light Reaver because I get the feeling that if I do, they're gonna die immediately. Bang. Oh, they did not die immediately, but... Okay, you guys are actually stronger than I suspected. Yeah, you're taking a lot of hits there.
Die!
There we go. A little pick-me-up before... Oh, that didn't even give us anything. At least we have a weapon now that we can use to deal. Nope. Yeah, as you can imagine, combat in this game is not exactly the easiest thing to do. And part of it is because I'm not locking on at all. Okay, that's a good enough pick-me-up here. Because we're gonna meet a bunch of demons that's gonna block our way in a minute. That's why I wanted to take that. And we do need the Dark Reaver here. Actually, I think I can ignore the demon and just enter the temple. Oh no, I need to kill it. Yeah, because there's a fiery gate down there. And they don't want to get up here because the eye's gonna zap them. Just run circles around there, Raziel. Ow. We got the main demon that we needed to get. My health is really low, but let's just run for it. Yeah. And welcome to the Air Forge. I don't remember how this goes, so hopefully we'll be done with it very soon, but if not, I might just have to stop in the middle and just call it for the night. It's already 1 AM over here. And I do have work tomorrow. Yeah, you can hear the rush of air when you go inside the air forge.
The scenes I discovered here were unambiguous. This race of winged beings, the architects of the pillars and the creators of the Reaver, were Nosgoth's first vampires. Their bloodthirst appeared to be a curse inflicted upon them by their vanquished enemies. These images confirmed the truths that Cain had divulged to me, but I had been too incredulous to accept. I struggled in vain to see how the pieces fit together, how Cain intended to escape the dilemma of his destiny, and what role he had plotted for me, and why Mobius and the dark powers with which he seemed to be allied were so desperate to see Cain dead, and so intent on me being the instrument of his execution.
I'm gonna shift very quickly into the spectral realm so that we can get some souls and come back with maximum health. Don't need to deal with these guys though. They might have actually eaten the floating soul around here. Really. Yeah, the AI is not very smart, as you can kind of guess. Oh, you're still here. I'm assuming there's a physical realm portal around here somewhere. Maybe it's on the lower floor. Oh, there we go. Yeah, a quick refresh of our health since we were so low. Gotta hand it to the ancients for building these elaborate facilities. So let me lower the volume for you all, because I feel like this isn't exactly very pleasant to listen to. And Soul Reaver 2 doesn't really have as good a track as Soul Reaver 1, unfortunately. There we go. Now we're at the very heart of the puzzle. And hopefully there's a part of my memory that remembers what we need to do here. Like in a very odd sense, have it all coming back to me. This is the Dark Reaver door. Wait, I need to go up here because I have the normal Reaver here first. Lots of combat in this forge. Right, I remember being confused by this particular one as well. Should be a way for us to climb up here somewhere. Is it in the spectral room? Oh yeah, it is in the spectral room. Oh, my health is still not full, huh? It's unfortunate. And that soul's a little too far. There we go. Oh no. Very slippery. I think part of the reason it's happening is because I'm trying to sort of do this quickly, which is not ideal. I think I need to come back here with the Dark Reaver. Because you can't quite make your way around here. You need both Reavers to sort of open the way. Oh, I should have jumped on the other side first. Never mind. Now we need the Light Reaver. Oh, snap. That is unfortunate. Like, really unfortunate. I think another soul will actually eventually spawn, and when you are in the spectral realm, your HP slowly fills as well. There we go, Light Reaver, and hopefully we can make the jump. Oh, what? Wow, okay. Am I doing the glide a little too late there? What's happening? Let's do a high jump this time, just to be safe. There we go. And now we can approach from this side with the Light Reaver and finally shoot the gem in that little dark room. There's an enemy here too. Wait a minute. The effect's gone. Are you serious? Yeah, it really is gone. I'm not... Oh my lord. Is it because I shifted into the spectral realm? Do I need to do this in one shot? In hindsight, it's not as difficult as you might think, to be honest. Just never realized it was timed. I'm gonna push this out because we're gonna be needing the Light Reaver in a second. Gonna glide directly to the Light Reaver. Get it. Glide to the other side. Oh no! Oh, come on. Yeah, this is what happens when I try to do things quickly. Unfortunately, haste isn't my strong suit. Bridge is still there though, so it is very much time-based. Yeah, with a little luck we'll make it before it runs out. Please don't run out in the middle. Thank you. And you get the blue heart. No, it's supposed to be a heart. Looks like a crystal originally. Yeah, if I recall correctly, the entirety of the sky not the sky one, the air shrine, is you just finding these hearts and putting them in their proper places. And each of the doors will require you to sort of use one of the Reavers for that effect. So right now I'm looking at the blue one. That's orange, that's green. So this is probably blue. It's a bit more understandable in the updated graphics. I remember this dungeon glitching out for me as well. Because I tried something stupid once, like I put in the wrong heart to see what would happen. And it glitched out. Yeah, I'm just gonna skip it because I kind of know what happens. And we'll keep the story cutscenes playing, but not these ones unless I need the hint. For these, I don't feel like I need a hint because they're more or less just putting in energy here. We'll head to the light area next because I already have the light reaver. It's a weird red haze there. Oh, it's from the glowy red stones. And each area will require you to fight one of these guys. Let's get their shields. Okay. Now I just need to remember what the puzzle for this area was. Another situation where we have to sort of float. Can't be as simple as that though, right? Oh, of course, yeah. You can't float there in the physical realm because the air vent is blocking your way. So you need to go into the material, the spectral realm, and then go on over. Unfortunately, this room doesn't really have that much souls floating around. You can just go up here and do it. Alright, one of you are... Oh, both of you, I guess, are just dying here. Hey, Calyx, welcome back. Do you, by chance, have a graveyard shift tonight, is it? I do. I do realize what time it is. It's just that I want to finish this one shrine before I call it for the night. And you can kind of tell that I'm even speaking a bit more softly here, precisely because I know what time it is. Because after this shrine, there's only very little of the game left, and I want to be able to finish Soul Reaver 2 tomorrow. Hence, I appreciate the reminder though, to be honest, because you all know how it can be with me. Like once I get a little too hooked into the game, I completely lose track of time. But yeah, there should be one more puzzle after this one and we'll be done with the Sky Shrine, the Air Shrine. I always end up calling this one the Sky Shrine. we go. There we go. We can get our second heart over here. Although on the PS2 graphics, it kind of looks like a giant crystal. It's actually meant to be a heart. It's a lot more visible on the updated graphics. Yeah, the entirety of the puzzle for the sky shrine, the air shrine, is that you have to find these colored hearts and put them in the right places. And each of these has a small mini puzzle that you kind of need to solve. It's not too difficult, especially if you sort of semi-remember the puzzle stuff, which I kind of do at the moment. Now, unfortunately, this shrine also has a tendency to get glitched occasionally. And hopefully it does not. After we got the light Reaver, which is where you left off, I went back to Mobius and I'm like, Mobius, send me back to the past so that I can figure out my origins by talking to Janos, which was what Wardo told us to do, right? But Mobius tricks us. Instead of sending us to the past, he sends us into the future. So we're kind of stuck in the future at the moment, and we're trying to enter another time chamber, but we sort of need an upgraded Reaver to do that. And the Air Reaver, which we get from here, gives us enough power to knock down the door and enter that particular time chamber. I need a Dark Reaver for this. Interesting. Oh, there you are. I was searching for the fount. Probably to the future, right? Well, to be honest, I feel like I'm very comfortable with where I am right now. Whenever people ask me these time travel questions, I'm like, I will not survive in the past or the future. I am very comfortable with the present. But if I had to take a chance, I would take a chance on the future, as opposed to the past. Because when people think of the future, I think a lot of us have a very bleak overlook of what's going to happen with the future, and I'm hoping that it's going to get better. Like, traditionally, human history, as we progress further on, it's always been better for humanity, though at some point people are assuming that it's just going to all crumble down and it's going to be worse. Imagine if you're sent into the future and all your technology and everything's been completely collapsed as well. That would be a bit of a change. You are here. A bit of a change, all things considered. Ow. Okay, I guess I need to get rid of you two. Can't explore in peace with these minions around. And in case you're wondering why I'm not locking on, it's because if I lock on, they get a lot more aggressive. It's easier to just run around. Okay, what's the puzzle here? There's a doorway on either side that we need to get to. I already have the Dark Reaver, so I'm just gonna run over here. One-way trip. No, they're not Raziel-like. So they're sort of like guardians of the shrines, just being reanimated back and protected. It's a thing with the vampires and Nosgoth that as long as their soul does not decay, Or as long as they have enough strength left, they will never sort of die. Because even in Soul Reaver 1, if you put down an enemy, and if you didn't kill them by eating their soul, or drowning or burning them, they will get back up. As soon as you remove the weapon, they're stuck in. And I assume the same logic applies here, but I'm not entirely sure. You have to remember that this is like a very old game, so they weren't really thinking of it, making sure that both the story and the mechanics were matching right. Like, if you think about it, the shrines are just puzzles for the sake of being puzzles. Right, good sir, why did you give me the light shrine here? Actually, where in Thailand do I have to go here? Oh, right, I get it. I should have kept my dark ability first. Now I need to kill myself here. Or rather go into the spectral realm. Because that eyeball is gonna kill me otherwise. Don't eat my soul, thank you very much. You know what? I'm just gonna ignore you guys. You can hang out there. Wait, I can't climb up? Do I need to be in the physical realm before I can even climb up here? Really? There isn't even a conduit around here. I guess we're backtracking to the other room. That's one way of punishing your players. Yeah, I need to hit the eyeball, then get the light thing before I run over here. Because our ultimate objective is up there. And you can only hit the eyeball with the Dark Reaver. So let's get on up here. Aim at you from a distance. Quickly take the Light Reaver and run all the way back. Oh. Wow. Thankfully, I fell back here. It took a little too long there to open up my wings. Yeah, this is what I get when I always try to hurry up. And that gives us our final heart. I believe there is one more bit to this puzzle before we can escape the Sky Shrine completely. Yeah, when we do all this, we essentially end up being able to go to the highest place. And now I need to go down and get the Dark Reaper. Oh, open up your wings. Oh, I was sliding on the geometry. And you get arguably the best Reaver in the game. And for some reason, this sequence is weirdly loud. I don't even know why.
As the Reaver drained the forge of its vital energy, the tempest receded. I recovered myself and paused to admire my newly forged weapon, now imbued with the elemental power of air. Thus armed, I hoped that I now finally possessed the means to escape this wasted land. This elemental Reaver I discovered had the power to obliterate barriers that were cracked or compromised. At last, I had the means to open that ruined time-streaming chamber I discovered so long ago in the swamp. Now, perhaps, I could leave this wasteland and return to an era when Janos Ordrin still lived.
That's the plan, Raziel. That's what we're here to do. Thankfully, the shrine did not glitch on me this time. Ow. This one of the shots actually got me. I feel like the air Reaver also sort of extends your hang time in the air. So, yep. Feels like it does. So my objective right now is to get back to the little hamlet we were at, activate the save point, and then I'm actually gonna call it for the night. And we made a lot of progress on one stream. I'll probably be able to complete Soul Reaver 2 tomorrow.
Here it comes.
I am Batman. Oh, what is happening here?
Prepare to die.
I mean, Raziel doesn't need to say he's Batman. He's Raziel. To be honest, I feel like Raziel's design takes a lot from Batman, actually. And I somehow managed to guile myself into going the wrong way. Like, the whole cowl thing. And how he's... Also, why is it so dark here? I swear to God. It's a lot lighter on everyone's screen except for mine. The stream itself is visible, but when I'm playing on the monitor, it's so dark I can barely see sometimes. But yes, I do feel like Raziel's design took a bit from both Batman and Spider-Man, now that I think about it. Like, if you look at Raziel from photo mode, right? He has the whole cowl thing and the gliding thing that's very reminiscent of Batman. But if you look at his eyes, it's... And even how his face emotes, right? The eyes and everything emotes. It's very much Spider-Man coded, right? Because with Spider-Man, when you're looking at the animated series and everything, or even the movies to some extent, it's his eyes that are like this, which are opening and closing to give that same impression. But he has a more rough voice like Batman instead. And I need to go back up there, huh? There we go. Gotta open the door before we can head to the save point again. There'll probably be a few demons in the town now. It's gonna block our progress, but I'm not too worried about that. Because our objective for now is to just get to the save point and call it. And I'm gonna keep the Air Reaver, which I will not have when I come back, but yes. Okay, wow. The dog actually prevented me. But yeah, that's almost, I'd say, like 70% of Soul Reaver done, right? Because if you look at my older saves here, we have 4 elemental abilities unlocked, and there's only one more ability unlocked, the Fire Reaver, which ironically is something you get in Soul Reaver 1 and you lose at the start of the game. And you get that at the very end. And as you can see, my previous save was pretty much around 5 hours. So we're closing in on that finishing time right there. Like, if I wanted to, I could essentially just use this save to go back to that point. But I kind of want to see the rest of the story as well. But yeah, that's going to be it for me for tonight. We had a very long stream session. But I will call it and hopefully finish Soul Reaver 2 tomorrow. I'll also download the Defiance Deluxe Edition because I want to get the digital comic and the new Legacy of Kain Ascendance game. Surprisingly, it's not as expensive as I was thinking it would be, right? Because initially I was thinking that the base game itself was $50 to $40. Oh, sorry, not you. But I think it was only around $30, and the deluxe edition itself is $40, so that's totally fine for me for 1 month. 1 month the game is okay for my limit. Yeah, it's $25 actually, the remastered edition of the 3rd game that happens after Soul Reaver. And I believe a lot of people will be going for this version, which is $45, which gives you the Dark Prophecy demo, which is what I think everyone's looking forward to, right? Defiance. The big thing with Soul Reaver and Legacy of Kain is that the story never ended. Defiance is the last canonical game we got in the series, and it ends on a huge cliffhanger, right? With a lot of twists there at the end. Dark Prophecy was the game that was meant to come after that, but we never got to see what it was about. There were sort of hints that Dark Prophecy would not have Raziel in it. It would actually be Kain and her younger Kain, going between the past and the present in a sense. So we're going to get a demo of some of the levels there, and I think a lot of the Legacy of Kain fans are looking for that, and you can only get that from either the Deluxe Edition or the Heart of Darkness Collection. Now, the Heart of Darkness Collection I'm getting because it also has Legacy of Kain Ascendance, which is a completely new side-scrolling game that's been released, along with, yeah, it was just announced here, as you can see, along with the Defiance remaster. Do we have a video for this? We do. And this, I think, is...
The
oh my
moment
God,
his
it
wings
is
were
very loud.
revealed, Nosgoth trembled.
Yeah, and my internet connection is not actually suffering through this too much.
Save Victus! You have done well, Raziel. You must save yourself.
I have come seeking a favor.
Ascendance isn't granted. It is earned with
The
blood.
phase move, this SOT and mist move, right? But yeah, this is a completely new game in the series, so a lot of people are also looking forward to that. And I think this might be based on the comic that is revealed. This is a Castlevania, especially with the after images when they're moving, right? Like with these after images that are trailing after them, you sort of see that happening. But yeah, I think this game is based on, after the series was revealed, there was a digital comic that came out, which is a bit contentious in the fan base because it introduced a new character called Alalith over here, who is supposed to be Raziel's sister, who was apparently banished into a sort of infinite time loop by Mobius. And in the comic, it's sort of shown that Alalith is in a lot of ways responsible for many of the key decisions that happens in Legacy of Kain, right? She is sort of responsible for egging on Kain to revive the Sarafan and revive Raziel and the other Sarafan Brotherhood. She is kind of key in egging on Raziel to go show Kain his wings. Because apparently among the vampires that evolved first, Alalith was the one who got wings first, and she sort of eggs on Raziel to do the same at the end. So in a way, she's a very contentious character because she appears very suddenly, takes control of the narrative, and sort of disappears at the end. But all of this is, personally for me, all of this is okay, because for all her manipulations, she's also being manipulated by the other side of all the dark forces, the Hilden, that are controlling Mobius and the other god to some extent, right? So we'll see. I'm curious to see where this is going. I do not know how this story ends. My guess is it might just play the digital comic straight, but we'll see. But yeah, after we finish Soul Reaver 2, I'll jump right into the Defiance remaster, and I'll have this downloaded by tomorrow. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me for today, though. Good night, Calix, and thanks for joining by for the stream. It's always fun talking to you guys and being reminded of the fact that I'm staying up very late and gonna suffer through work tomorrow. And Thanks for anyone else for joining as well. If anyone else is also here watching us, take care and good night, and stay safe wherever you are, especially these days. Is Mikha signing off, and take care. I'll join you all for Soul Reaver 2 and more of Legacy of Kain tomorrow.